Morning, Christina. We're ready whenever you guys are ready. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the regular meeting. Call our meeting to order at 9:14 a.m. and call upon Councilman Art Decora to say our morning prayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see you. Bear with me here. As we want to come to us today, bless our tribe. As you look after all of those in need, ask that you keep any laws traveling on the way safe to and from. Ask that you bless these seats, anybody in the room, that we may help make better decisions for the best of our community and the best of our membership. Ask that you bless our soldier boys, soldier girls, firefighters, law enforcement. Ask that you bless the angels that I never forget and needs the most. That's your name. Oh.
Thank you, Eugene. The agenda is in front of us. Under old business, adding approval of HR policy manual. We did do those additions, but we need a motion for the blanket document. We have an executive session with a tabled item and also an additional item for tribal member KS. Are there any further additions to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Kenny. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. The first order of business are the minutes. We have the November 20th, 2023 Special Tribal Council minutes and Physical Resources Report minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move it, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Kenny. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. November 20th, 2023 mid-monthly meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Kenny. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. November 21st, 2023 Treasurer's Report minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Coley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. Number 4, November 22nd, 2023 General Council meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Kenny. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. November 27th, 2023 Law Enforcement Update minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion.
The only one I saw on this one was on page 2. Kenny's last name misses an O. On the 27th.
27th.
Page 2 of that. Just one little typo that pokes out just the top line of the page, but other than that, just basically just needs the
Okay, so with correction. Do we have a motion to approve with correction? Are you okay with the adding that to your motion?
correct.
Okay,
Yeah, motion
Coley?
with corrections.
Objecting to the motion? Motion carried 5-0-0. Number 6, November 28th, 2023 Special Tribal Council meeting minutes, Human Services New Child Care Center. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Kenny. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0-0. That brings us to the ratifications. Number 1, is there a motion to approve the ratification of 4-night hotel stay for tribal members GB Senior JB due to sewer backup November 17th?
Move it, Madam Chair.
We have a motion to ratify by Kenny. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0. Number 2. Is there a motion to ratify one night lodging for JB sewer damage repair cleanup November 21st, 2023?
Motion to ratify.
Motion by Eugene. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Kenny. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 5-0. Number 3, approve to adopt resolution 24-54 Lost Children Project. Do we have a motion to ratify the adoption of that resolution?
Motion to adopt.
I'll second.
Motion by Coley, second by Eugene. Discussion.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to pronounce that name.
They helped me out. Thank you, Joey. Objection to the motion. Motion carried 5-0. That brings us to new business, and we have the Powwow Tourism Grant, and I'll invite Garen. Garen, are you speaking to that, or who's speaking? Oh, Joy? It would probably be 2455.
This proposal is with the Nebraska Tourism Commission, essentially, and it will assist with the costs that we normally encounter with promoting the annual powwow event, the Veterans Powwow. Do want to make certain that we understand that it only covers certain things. So they're wanting us to be reaching out to folks that live 100 to 150 miles away. So where we do our publications.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Do we have this in our packet?
Yes,
I believe-
you did.
Okay.
It's right after the minutes.
Right after the.
Okay. All right.
So it'll cover like billboards. It can cover posters that get put up, radio stations, television. So we're looking at all of those venues to do the outreach as it goes to it. It does not cover the cost of the program. So I wanted to clarify that, which is some of the costs we see around promotions. But so just wanted to be clear on that. We're asked, the project is at this point is at 70,000. And so we'll be asking the state for 35,000. And then we've talked with Winnebago, struggled in getting to the right people around Warhorse, because I thought, well, Winnebago's income's down. We have another casino. Let's look at how we split that and get Warhorse into the regular plan of these types of donations. So we have some outreach. And as I talked with Mike with Winnebago, that they will do the 35,000, but I let him know that we were reaching out to Warhorse, and then we can reduce what they would provide so that they can share it once we get that information.
Could the match still be the same money that they donate anyway? Could
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, and in our conversations with Winnebago's, as I understand it, a lot of times they kind of cover it. They don't give us a cash match, that they just kind of do it for us. So working through that process with them. So we're coordinating that with Winnebago's.
Lola?
Joy, you know what? It kind of alarms me because the council directly supervises Winnebago's. It alarms me that there's actually a policy if the tribal organization is going to anyone within the tribal organization is going to approach Winnebago's, that it's cleared through this table.
Oh, I wasn't aware of
Yes,
that.
that's our
Okay.
policy.
Okay, and Mike
And
didn't
so-
share that with us.
So
otherwise
it
we could-
bothers me because we have a strict budget of revenue that we're expecting to get from Winnebago's to cover our tribal operations. And so for you to say, well, we approach Winnebago's. What if we don't have the 35,000? Because we don't want to cut into what's transferred over here for tribal appropriations. I mean, that's why
Right.
there needs to be a process and conversation.
Well, and I'm glad you shared that with me because I was not aware of that. But what we did present to Mike was that regularly ask them for the powwow. So what they would normally be providing to us will be reduced. So it's, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's kind of already in their budget, so to speak. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
But the other comment I have is we're locked in tight with Warhorse. We cannot touch anything from Warhorse until June of 2025.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so by not talking to the table before you're approaching again,
Okay, that's fair. And what Warhorse told us is that anything around marketing had to, that they are linked with Blue Earth, and that Blue Earth had to approve, is what Warhorse had told us. And so getting that conversation with Blue Earth, we had asked Blue Earth for helping us with the costs on the project, but we didn't get a response. So still working on getting through to them. So.
Thanks. Did you have something, Eugene?
Real quick, yeah. So for marketing is from my understanding, right?
Yes.
This is straight from marketing.
Yes.
And I'm having to learn about from our Powell committee, is 35,000 normally dedicated to marketing? That's where it gets a little tricky here because,
Yes.
and then with it having to be 150 miles away, my understanding is our marketing is normally local. We're trying to get, Sioux City, anywhere within 150 miles is usually the marketing thing. So this is a new tactic that we'd like to approach. I understand it. I mean, I'd like to support it, but the thought is that if there's a normal budget amount that's already coming from Vegas, and me understanding a little bit about powwow, it's already kind of tight the way it is, and then to take 35,000 away from that, you know what I mean? So that's
Right.
where it's
So
going to try to get tricky.
On the local thing, I do want to share with you. So when we do the billboards locally, those billboards reach people that drive through, so that meets that 100 to 150 mile distance kind of thing. So most of the things that we do locally still fit in that other, I guess is what I wanted to share with you. So yeah, because we're doing our best not to take away from that. And Garen, do you have anything else to add to that based on our discussions when we started this initiative?
Morning, Council. Yeah, I think that one of the things is we're trying to equate this celebration is older than the state of Nebraska. I know that we used to administer this grant before, and we use some of that matching to make sure that we kind of get into, let's say, like the Gathering of Nations, because I believe we have one of the best celebrations, one of the oldest celebrations, and now we're starting to charge and kind of alleviate some of that pressure off one of Vegas and charge admission, and how that kind of equates. So the more people, especially non-natives, that attend our celebration, the better off, everybody does as far as the food sales, the arts and crafts vendors, just in general and stuff. So it's an opportunity, and I think that a lot of people are interested in this. They'll support it. But as far as the cost, in the past, yeah, we used to do those billboards, and One of Vegas would pay for them. And so that would be kind of like, since we're doing it anyway, this would kind of just be a way of stretching that dollar, getting the word out about this celebration. So that's the thought in mind.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Garen.
Thanks, Karen. Any further questions? Did the motion, did it, I have a
no, there was no
motion.
motion.
Did I write something down wrong? Was there a motion by Coley and second by Eugene?
No,
No, what did I write down? Did I write that down?
that was the Lost Children's Project. They approved the live signature.
Okay, I wrote the wrong thing down, okay. So that brings us to this motion. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 24-55?
Motion approved, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Eugene, do we have a second?
A second, Madam Chair, but I'd like to know, here it says resolution 22-20, whatever. On the resolution itself, it has that.
Yep, the correct
It's
The corrections,
fiscal
yes.
year is
Yes.
24, so we just
Yeah.
gotta correct that.
It's called, they used a template one and they
just was
didn't
testing me
get
to
that
see if,
addressed. Yeah.
Okay.
Keeping you on
Good
your
catch.
toes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Who seconded?
Second by Kenny.
Okay.
Objection to the motion. Motion carried 5-0-0.
What was the number of the resolution now?
2455.
Okay.
Motion carried 5-0-0. Well, thank you, Garen. Thank you,
When's
Joy.
this due, Joy? To
What's that?
submit.
It's Thursday or Friday of this week.
Okay, so I'm okay.
But I do want to ask if I could, is when we see one like this, that for future reference, so I can share that with staff, that we really should be bringing to the table that we want to consider making the ask to, is there a form or is it just getting it to the table that we need to do, that we missed this time around?
You mean at Winnebago's?
Yeah, to ask them for the
It's
matching
actually
funds.
a policy.
But is there a process to,
Just a motion to solicit. That's what it is. That they
okay,
get
so
a,
we need to have it on the agenda then to get a motion.
Yes.
All right, very good, very good. I'll make certain staff are aware of that.
Thanks, Joy. That brings us to our presentation with Little Priest Tribal College. I'd like to invite President Patil up. And welcome to the Little Priest Tribal College administration that joined you. Thank you, Manoj, for the kind gift that you brought. Council, if you notice, there's a card, a Christmas card, and a gift in front of you from Little Priest Tribal College. So thank you, Manoj, for thinking of the council and bringing that down.
Did I just press you?
It should be. It should just be on.
Hi, Nipi. Good morning, Tribal Council members. Yes, it's just a small gift from us. Especially this is our 25-year special. So, and thanks for everything. So, just use this one. Okay. Before I get started, I just want to thank my team who are here to attend this presentation. And again, I want to thank Chairwoman Ms. Kichian for giving me an opportunity to present annual update of Little Priest Tribal College. Okay. Before the presentation, of course, I want to. We all know how hard it was to lose Tribal Council member Louis LaRose. I also want to extend the condolences I've received from various parts of United States, American Indian College Fund, AHAC, BIE have all emailed us sharing their condolences, as Louis was big an icon in our tribal college movement. So we want to extend our, and I'm just truly grateful for what he has done for the college. Getting started, just a quick board update. Linnell Blackhawk is our chair. Sunshine Thomas Baer is our vice chair. Esther Mercer is our treasurer. Amy LaPointe Houghton and Ms. Scoop Petit are our board members. As part of the Higher Learning Commission requirements, the board has to undergo at least one training per year. 3 of our board members attended the ACCT board training in Minneapolis in August 2023. And that's a requirement under HLC. And we hope that all the board members get trained again next year in 2024. Very big news from the accreditation. We had our year 10 visit on April 17th and 18th of 2023. It happens once in 10 years. This is called a reaffirmation visit. That means they reaffirm our accreditation for the next 10 years. And I'm happy to report to the Tribal Council that we not only did well, we were rated as one of the best reports they have seen, and they reaffirmed our accreditation.
for the next 10 years till 2033. And just like any audit, they have given us some recommendations for us to improve. But overall, I'm extremely proud of how we presented. It took us 2.5 years of preparation. And the team chair, who has attended 70 visits, rated Little Priest Tribal College report as a top 3 he has ever seen. And pretty impressive how it all went. Also in November of 2023, the Higher Learning Commission approved our distance education courses and programs. That means we can now provide completely online programs and not have any restriction anymore. So we can have students across the country taking our courses and programs online. And we are very, very proud of it because it has taken us a long time to get it approved. The last time was in 2018, June of 2018, we got approval for the courses, but November 2023, we got now the approval of our programs. And one of the biggest reasons was our IT upgrades. In 2020, during COVID times, Tribal Council had approved the funding for a high-flex system, and that actually was one of the requirements for the Higher Learning Commission to approve it. So I just want to say thank you to Tribal Council for approving that funding. Now that's considered distance education as well. So really proud of that. And it was a big stress for us because, as we know, in the past accreditation, we had a lot of issues, but now we are, and we have done really well. And our next visit is what's called the Year 4 visit is in 2027, and the dates are not confirmed yet. But we will start our preparation in 2024 or 2025. It takes usually 12 to 24 months to get ready, and accreditation has become a big issue as well with U.S. Department of Education.
Just want to pause there to congratulate Little Priest Tribal College and thank the board of directors and every member of your team from the top down. We understand the tremendous lift that is for the college, and that's seen through the vision of our tribal leadership back to 1996 and beyond, when even, like we said, Councilman Louis LaRose, the late Louis LaRose, started and a part of the American Indian higher education movement. And it's just something that we could sit here and celebrate it and the success of your guys, all your hard work. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. It really was, because the tension was very high. When they came, they came knowing the past was so bad and had some issues. We thought they were going to be pretty harsh on us. They were, honestly, but we were able to answer all their questions, and they left the visit very proud. And our Wolves Den made a traditional meal for all the team members and our board members at the board lunch meeting, and they were pretty impressed, and the hospitality and everything. So thank you again. It was a pretty big deal. On September 15th of 2023, Little Priest Tribal College celebrated 25-year celebration. We had 400 plus visitors that day. It was so heartwarming to see that our community all came together. It was just a surreal day for all of us to remember the good times we had since 1996, and to come together, celebrate the drums, the round dance, the speeches, the food. And I just want to say to the entire community for coming together and making this event a very special one. So much so that we even got congratulations from different agencies across the country. They saw our Facebook posts and stuff like that, and how well it was done, the traditional meal and everything as well. So Pinigigi to everyone who made this possible. Grateful to all our employees who supported, and of course the board of trustees as well. So a little bit more pictures. We had more than 400 people attended. It was the biggest event LPTC has ever had in the 25 years history. So. we had some major success this year. One of them couldn't be any more bigger than this. U.S. Department of Education awarded Little Priest Tribal College $1.7 million in the first ever Native American Language Resource Center. We are the only 3 colleges in the entire country that was awarded this grant. University of Oregon, University of Arizona, and Little Priest Tribal College are the only 3 colleges that has been awarded. And we are the only tribal college which has been awarded to work on a Native American Language Resource Center. It is a very proud moment because it was highly competitive federal grant, and for us to get this grant without any corrections was a testament of the plan we have in place. We just received on October 17, 2023. Biden-Harris administration emailed us to congratulate as well on this particular grant. Honestly speaking, I didn't think we would get it because it's so many applications they had received, and federal grants, they ask us to do all these corrections, but we didn't get even one corrections, and it was we just started learning new things about the federal requirements of this, so we are very new into this grant. It's been only 1 month into this. Next year around this time we'll have more updates to the tribal council, but again I just want to say it is a huge an effort we're going to undertake, but for them to reward us with this amount is pretty substantial.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Also, for the first time ever, we first have a private foundation who has given money for us for a science building. Sherwood Foundation just awarded $500,000 to the construction of the science building. What it means is we're going to use this $500,000 for the science building and save the money from the COVID relief funds to continue our free tuition. So for additional 1 year because of this money. And tomorrow, I didn't put it this, but tomorrow my hands are a little tingling because tomorrow at this time, Scott Family Foundation are making addition of another $500,000.
Awesome.
So that's going to give another 1 year of free tuition for our students.
Is that a Warren Buffett Foundation?
Warren Buffett's daughter, Susie Buffett.
How many students will that allow? Does it depend on their credits, or how many students will that support?
So each semester, around 200 students.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you to those funders.
So yes, it's again when they send us the letter that it's just hard to believe that we even have reached this point. It's just truly blessed. Honestly speaking, truly blessed.
So does that allow students to get more Pell return, or does the books take it all, or what does that mean for the student?
The students end up keeping almost all their Pell now.
Wow.
But we are requesting them not to use it so that they can use it for their third year or fourth year, whatever they need. But if they can always get it, they also get our American Indian College Fund of $750 as well on top of all these things. So we're advising them, if you want it, take that Pell, otherwise hold on to it because you can use it for future years. So I'm so grateful for John Levy, president of Scott Family Foundation. He's responsible to promote Little Priest Tribal College, and tomorrow evening we'll find out, and they're gonna inform us. So please pray for us that we'll get that another $500,000. So far looks like if we do get tomorrow's funding, we'll be giving free tuition for another 4 years minimum.
Wow.
Since 2020 summer. And we are the only tribal college and the only college in this area, or probably in the nation, who are doing free tuition because of these funds we are receiving. So really feel lucky. When this is all going on, we also received a huge another grant from American Indian College Fund for $1.575 million called Cultivating Native Student Success. This is the only grant that can actually help us do some payroll so it has been again just a surreal breakthrough. So $500,000 from Sherwood, 1.7 from Native Language Resource Center, and almost 1.6 million from the American Indian College Fund.
So does that alleviate any of the tribal appropriation?
Good question. We did think about it. These grants have been are basically directly going to certain objectives and goals. We are hoping that in 3 or 4 years, we'll have enough enrollment increases that we can tell the Tribal Council that we have generating enough ISC funding from the BIE to maybe reduce at that time. But the tribal appropriations is like a blessing to us. And honestly speaking, they actually ask in the applications if there's a support from our tribe and the Tribal Council. So it's actually showing that it's a collective effort. And when we received this year's funding, we actually immediately sent it to our foundations and say, hey, look at this. Even our Tribal Council has been supporting for the last so many years, are continuing our funding. So it's, one day I would like to come and say that, you know what, we are good, but till that time, it's that money is needed for us to add more programs. And I will be talking a little bit more about the programs.
Okay, I was just wondering if, so is the 1.57 for 5 years, that has to help your salary and staffing line
2
items?
positions. They're paying for 2 positions, which were coming from the COVID relief funds. So we are trying to relieve that money so that we can continue the free tuition.
1.57 million only pays for 2 positions?
No. This the 2 positions from those 1.575 are for 2 positions, but the rest goes to students' travel. Like they are going for AHEC student conference, so they pay for that one. They want us to improve our brochures and marketing materials, and they're also paying for our software. Some of the softwares we have not been able to upgrade. So, but this particular grant pays for 2 positions. One was from the COVID, one was non-COVID. So we are trying to relieve the COVID funds so that we can add more free tuition, and the goal is to get to 2030. So we are going to call this, we are calling it as a vision 2030 of free tuition. So right now we are at 2027, maybe 2028. Of course, if our enrollment goes up, then we may have a lower, but if we can use some of these funds to push it to 2030, so full 1 decade of, we're going to be providing free tuition. That's the push behind this particular grant as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Down the road, can we get a breakdown on what that money's going to?
For the
2 positions and
yeah,
travel and
it's a
everything
recruitment specialist and the retention specialist. And the recruitment specialist is not paid by any grants because it's not allowed. This is the first time that was allowed. Because we always used to have these positions combined, and we struggled in our recruitment efforts. And when the American Indian College found out that we are not doing a great justice to our recruitment efforts, talking to the schools, getting all these things, they're like, yeah, we'll help you with this one. But mainly is to help us with, and this is also the money they got from a foundation. They didn't name which foundation they received this lump sum. This is going for 25 tribal colleges out of the 35. And we were the 7th, I believe, who received it.
Great. Thanks, Eric. One thing worth mentioning, and where my thoughts were around all these wonderful outside funding that you're winning, because it's the success of the college that's and the work that's bringing these opportunities. The tax commission we've had our tax director position vacant for almost 2 years now. And the treasurer and the vice chair have been working really diligently to get that position filled. But what that means is that those tax allocations haven't been looked at for that long as well. So when the committee comes back together and they fill that tax director position, there may be some discussion on the tax allocation. So I just want to put that in your kind of planning and how that might impact the college.
Please let us know. Okay. The Higher Learning Commission team that came on April 17th and 18th specifically discussed the travel appropriations and stuff like that. And they were they included in their team report how this support is helping college move forward their mission. So.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lola.
Oh, I have a curious mind. And now that we served our Winnebago people for 25 years, how many students that have graduated and have gone on to get their bachelor's? I know that initially the first one might have been UNL or Wayne State, but now that we have these others, how many have gone on to go to get another degree or a higher degree? And where are they working now? Are they back in the? I'm interested in seeing the impact of the education, and how it's impacting the tribe directly. Back into our Winnebago tribe. Because we have 25 years of this data, but I know it's going to take a while because you need a grant writer. See, you need a grant writer. But maybe a little subcommittee that could be working on the impact of our graduates in these last 25 years.
That's such a great question, because we are really looking into this. We just actually confirmed how many graduates Little Priest Tribal College ever had in the last 25 years. We now know an exact number, 243.
Wow.
So we have 243 graduates since 1996, actually 1998. So what we have done is we are contacting these graduates, and we even gave them a token on the September 15th as an LPTC alum. So we are creating an LPTC alumni module in our system to start tracking. We have Mr. Willie Bass from Ho-Chunk Incorporation has contacted us so that he wants to help us lead this. But I can tell you, we did a small study from Wayne State College since 2019. There are 13 graduates who graduate from Little Priest have gone to Wayne State. Out of the 13, 12 are working in Winnebago.
Wow.
And one is working in Walt Hill. So we did a small study, and we are having difficulty collecting this data. Now we are having a person who actually going to call them, get these things, and put it in the system. And then we're going to have every year an alumni meeting so that they all can come, share a meal, and share what we can do better.
Okay.
But since 2019, 12 of the 13 graduates from Little Priest and Wayne State have come back to Winnebago. One is in Walt Hill.
Great. So we're going to see this report like down the road.
Yes, I really hope so too.
I think it's really important for us to see.
Question, what's the average age of the graduates?
I don't have a number. I'm going to write this down. But based on my experience, data I have observed into, it's between 24 and 27. But we can get back to you when they graduate. What was their average age? We can get that one.
Okay, because I think that might dictate some of the classes that we should be having up at the college. So just kind of something to look at.
Yes, please. I'll definitely. That's a great question, and I'll have my team right away get back to you guys on that.
Thanks, Eric. Any other questions to this point? No?
Also, just continuing on the success we had, we also had for the last more than 6 years now, unmodified rating financial audit.
Yes.
So no issues for the last 6 years. And when they come, they have to find something. They find the small things here and there, but it's so minute. It's like we fix it like in 1 or 2 months right away. So they're very happy right now. They just are working on our next year audit. And I want to tell you why this is such a big deal and why it's in red. If we didn't have unmodified rating, the Department of Education would not have given us a language grant. Because anytime you have any findings, the Department of Ed will not give us any grants. It's an automatic rejection. So this is all coming together for a change, like just perfect timing. So I just want to thank my business office for working diligently, tracking all these things. Excuse me. So we are getting an unmodified rating as well. So pretty happy about that one.
Congratulations.
Thank you. On the student side, Last year we had 210 students, which was the highest enrollment ever in the college history. This year we equaled 210 again. So 2 years in a row, we had 200 plus students. And I'm beyond thrilled because in 2020, we had 113 students, 113. We almost have doubled in 4 years, the enrollment. More of our community members are taking advantage of our free tuition, the programs we're doing, and that can be seen in May 2023. We had the highest graduates ever of 29, 11 associates and 18 certificates. And I'm very happy to answer one of your questions. 2 of our CNA graduates are now working in the hospital.
Great.
I know it's a small step, but this is the first
Yeah.
small success. They will be role models for our next group of graduates, and we will have more and more students finishing here, working in a hospital or travel organizations. And CNA was such a breakthrough for us. And now I've been talking to the CNA graduates and see if they want to continue their indigenous science studies so that they can go to Briarcliff. Again, free tuition at Briarcliff for LPTC graduates. Finish the nursing there, come back to 12 clients.
Is there an opportunity to develop a relationship with UND?
University of North Dakota?
Yeah, they have a long-standing medical program, and they have a youth in med program, and
In-med.
just trying to like kind of connect the pipelines, I guess.
I have to get the Higher Learning Commission's approval because they're out of state.
Okay. I mean, just maybe you guys could learn about the program and see if there's opportunity there, or maybe it's something remote that you guys do together. But they have a really strong program. One of our administrators actually got her PhD from there, Dr. Mona Zavante. So
yes.
just to kind of plug that program and have more of our students think of that place and how they could, go from Little Priest Tribal College and on to there, maybe even through some of those agreements like you have with Wayne.
Yeah, definitely we'll call UND and maybe have them, start working on a possible articulation.
The person that I know up there, his name is Dr. Warren, and he's the
Dr. Warren,
Dr. Warren. I think he's the head of it.
and I'll definitely touch base with them. And actually, first of the year, I would like to also have a meeting with the hospital CEO and see if they can help us start a nursing program in the next 2-3 years down the line, and then CNA to indigenous science to nursing. And boy, how nice it would be for them to just study there and work there. So nursing is in high demand, we all know that, and but at least we are making first steps of CNA graduates working in the hospital.
Great, thank
So,
you.
Also, free tuition continues. It says 2026. If we get that extra Scott Family Foundation monies and stuff like that. We also have applied for $250,000 for Doherty Foundation. I just got an update from them in the today morning. They're going to make a decision in March of next year. That is for another $250,000 for science building. And if we do get that money, that's going to be another 1 semester of free tuition. So we are attaching everything to the free tuition so that our students can save their Pell, so that they don't have to work when they're studying, so that they can graduate on time. And also very happy to report, since May 2022, we have no monitoring for any federal, state, or local agencies for the first time in college's history. And people may not realize this gravity of the situation, but I can tell you, when somebody's pinching you all the time, poking you all the time, it hurts you. Since May 2022, all reporting has been taken off. We have Director of Financial Aid, Yati Mohammed here. I would like to give her a shout out because of her efforts. The heightened cash monitoring was removed in May of 2022. And that eventually helped her for accreditation. So these are all intertwined. So it's such a big deal that we have had nobody poking us all the time. So.
Thank you. Good job, Yadi.
Yeah, thank you. We also have reinstated our student senate for after the COVID. So we have full-blown student senate who are actually doing a lot of activities at the college, and I'm pretty happy about it. Also, as you know, that we did return our sad, but that we had to return our old dorm to the back to Tribal Council. I'm hoping, it will be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be used for good reasons going forward. But we have a soft corner for that one. We had a soft corner. We are finishing up our annual report for our strategic planning, second report. We are actually meeting tomorrow to finalize our final report. It's a 5-year strategic plan. We are into our 3rd year and finishing up our 2nd year report. And we'll also be submitting that report to a higher learning commission. Major projects we are working on, of course, is our science building. The construction has started. Ho-Chunk Incorporation, Ho-Chunk Construction is building our science building. Anticipated completion date is 2024. The current status is they have put the dirt on it to compact the ground, has to pass the soil density test, and we will find out next week, I believe, whether it has passed the soil density test, and then the construction will start. They told me that they are ordering already all the stuff they need to build the building. I don't know whether people had visited our college campus now. We have a new parking lot after a good 40 years of all the holes, the rocks that were chipping off the windshield. Again, we wrote another grant. We have been very resourceful not to use our operations funds, but we're going out and getting the money. And USDA is so great to work with us. And we got $352,000 paid out of the $500,000 from the USDA to do the parking lot. I believe we passed all their tests, and now we are ready to move forward. Again, another grant from USDA is helping us to fix our Elk Clan auditorium. I know many of the community members have complained, disliked our auditorium. It sits too low. It's not safe for people with special requirements. So the board has approved the design. We're going to start working on the design, and by July 2024, we are going to have a really, really top-notch Elk Clan auditorium for all of us to use.
Will it have the desk in front is really limiting to some of us with the belly.
So we have actually we are getting different prototypes for different people to come and test it, and they'll be checking off and say, hey, this is okay now. So we are also the design engineers are bringing them different designs, and we want to make sure that everybody is comfortable. And also, if you're on wheelchair, we don't have to have people go all the way at the slope, and it's not safe. So we are creating, as soon as they enter the auditorium, the first it'll be empty chairs. There's nothing. They just can roll in and sit there with their wheelchairs and stuff like that. So we are creating an ADA compliant auditorium, and we found out it's not ADA compliant right now. So we want to make sure that everybody feels welcome there, and it's a big undertaking. Now I can tell you, I'm the first person to break those chairs when the construction starts, because it's really has had a lot of problems, and especially for our elders, it's not been a great place to be sitting, and they have not felt comfortable there. So huge undertaking. We got the monies. We are going to start the construction.
Wonderful. Thank you for listening to the community.
Yes. And we also have now a ramp with the rails on, because we found out that the community elders who are walking on the rails did not have the support. So we have the rails all through now, and it's now ADA compliant so that they can have, safety is important. Also, our 10-acre annex, the master and implementation plans are completed. So everything is done, ready to go. So now we're going to start trying to raise the funds for our new campus for the next 25 years of our college. So
Is that all you've done?
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Thank you. This is our parking lot. I bought pictures because this was the first picture you see on the left-hand side is the day they actually moved in their stuff to see how it looked like. You could see the water used to puddle through, some of our kids couldn't walk through, people have fallen. It was like an ice rink. One of my secretary, Bobby Joe, who passed away due to COVID, in during COVID. She fell a month before she passed away. And that was my dream. I promised myself for Bobby that this hell or heaven, I'm gonna do this for them, because she was actually taken to ER and she couldn't walk for many, many days. So, and we could do this.
Thinking of Bobby Joe resting in heaven, I was just speaking to her mom the other day, and she was really thankful for the acknowledgments that the college did for Bobby Joe. And I was wondering if there's any way you guys could get her a little copy of the live stream, because I said, well, it's on YouTube, and she said, I don't have YouTube.
Okay.
But she wanted to see her daughter mentioned, and it really was special to her to have Little Priest acknowledge her.
Yes, definitely.
And then she mentioned at AHEC or somewhere else they acknowledged her too.
Yes, at the March 2023 Albuquerque AHEC conference. So they had contacted us, and we sent Bobby's picture and what she stood for and how much she cared about the community, and they read that, and it was pretty touching.
Okay, if there's any way you could share that with her mother, even a copy of what you guys sent, she would really appreciate it.
I'll definitely do that.
I was checking mail and just thinking of our loved ones that have passed on during the holidays, and I just had a little chop up with Bert, and I was thinking I'll ask for that, Bert. I'm sure it would be not that hard.
No, we'll definitely get it for her. It's an honor for her. But this was pretty big deal. The parking, it was safety. Safety was at stake. So I just want to publicly thank Ho Chun Construction for doing a fabulous job of tearing down, fixing everything, drainage. Now everything just drains so fast. Nothing, people are, and we have made sure that special access is also provided. Just feels pretty good to have a nice, full-blown parking lot. We also had our groundbreaking ceremony of the science building. This is how the current site looks like. A little bit more dirt is there when I took these pictures. So they're compacting right now, and this is how it's planned to look like. This is a 12,500 square footage building. There is 3-storied building. First floor is all for students, student lounge, student tutoring, special access to mental health counseling, a place where they can relax. Right now, our students we have space for only 3 spots for tutoring right now, only 3. So the first floor is all students. Second floor is faculty and staff offices and conference room, and first floor also included conference room and offices. Second floor is 3 classrooms. Our enrollment has increased. Our classrooms are literally jam-packed. People are rubbing shoulders right now, which is a good problem to have, but we want to relieve their stress. And third floor is our 2 labs. Currently, we have 1 lab and we have 5 programs. And, our students deserve better. Our students, when they go to Wayne State, needs to be prepared so that they don't go and say, oh my God, Little Priest did not prepare them. So this is, I pinch myself, honestly speaking. I pinch myself just that. So the first one, these pictures are taken from our 10 acres, how it looks like from 10 acres. And we have made sure that the operating costs are going to be minimal, so that we are using a lot of sun that's coming and daylight heating and stuff like that, so that we don't use up a lot of. So I want to thank our board of trustees for due diligence. It took us a long time. And I also want to publicly state how much time it took us to get approval from Department of Education. 18 months of negotiation to get this approved with Department of Education. They made our life miserable. And for no reason. But they, in November 4th, 2022, they approved our science building. And now, within almost a year right now, we're in the construction side. The design has gone to multiple levels, and the marshals have approved and stuff like that. So, and of course, I hope when the construction is all done, we'll have a big celebration, and I'm eagerly waiting to invite you all for this huge event, and we'll all celebrate together with the community. So, and I know people have asked me how tall it's going to be. It's going to be 40 feet tall. So it's going to be 40 feet tall. I also want to show a couple of directions how the building is going to look like. The top one, when the 10 acres is all built with all the new buildings and stuff like that, that's why it says kind of gray, just to show that's how a science building will look like. And if you stand at the museum and see our science building from the backside, how it's going to look like, looking at that new 10 acres. So from the 10 acres from the museum, the views are, it's going to, someday it's going to happen. So
What's this kind of thing with looks like a power?
that's the 10-acre design, which is of course a schematic design right now. It's what we have called the cultural center, where everybody can join together. And of course, the design is not even started yet, but we are having little ideas how it might look like. So that's why we made it gray, so to show that it's not done or anything like that. So, but that's the central heart of the 10 acres, we would say. This is huge, and I want Tribal Council to know this. Within last 2 years, things really have changed in the articulation. We knew about Wayne State; they give free tuition for our graduates. We use this leverage with Briarcliff University and Bellevue University to do the free tuition. They didn't do it for the first 8 or 9 months, but when we told them that we will not continue their articulation agreements, they succumbed to our request, and now we have 3 universities. So just imagine a student at Winnebago Public School. They graduate from Winnebago, they come to Little Priest. They don't pay anything, free tuition. They graduate, they go to, let's say we go to Wayne State, Briarcliff, they don't pay anything there as well. So 4 years of free tuition is absolutely unheard of. And they can save all their Pell money for their living expenses, graduate on time, come and serve back the community. So we are working with other colleges, but the first 3 are done already. So pretty proud about that one. Pretty proud. And it's for all graduates of Little Priest Tribal College and everybody.
What's the amount of Pell grants?
If you're a full Pell, you get 3,195 times 2. It comes to around $6,495 per year. And we are requesting the Congress to double the Pell. It's called Double Pell Program. So instead of 6,000, which is now, inflation is really high. So we're asking for $13,000. All the college presidents have signed a letter to the Congress. It's going through really rough times to get it approved, but if it happens, our students will get actually $6,500 per semester. Then they really don't have to work at all. They can come to the college, finish their stuff, get a graduate degree, get a degree, and start getting the living wages.
Do any of your students, have they inherited a student loan grant that they're being forced to?
That's why Little Priest Tribal College, I don't know who did this 25 years back. Somebody was smart enough to decide not to do any loans. So we don't do any loan programs. So, because all we know, when we take a loan, the debt increases. So we don't have any student loans.
You don't have student loans up there?
Nope.
Oh, good.
And I think that's something we should never be doing it, because free money, once you get it, then it's hard to pay back at 7% interest.
Yeah.
It's really too much. Like every college, we also have a lot of challenges. I've listed 4 of them. Sustaining enrollment, we have 210, which is not easy. We want to eventually get to 300 students, but if the high school enrollment goes down, the dual credit students enrollment will go down. And we had a drop this time in our dual credit students. Even though the dual credit enrollment went down, our overall enrollments stayed same, but that's one of my challenge to sustain it. We have a huge pressure from the Congress to cut the BIE funding, especially from the Republican side. There's a huge push. And if that happens, we will be really in big trouble. So, and Ms. Chairwoman, you were asking about the appropriation. This is one of the reasons why we wanted to kind of have this as, because if they are really pushing the BIE to make cuts. And we have only 37 tribal colleges and they're still targeting us. So we just can't afford to lose even a single dollar. And we're asking for more money, but the House side is really pushing us to cut down. Right now, they're under the continuing resolution side on the 2023 levels. So I believe we are okay for this year, but the next year they're really up to 22% cuts. They're looking at BIE, and if we do 22% cuts, we are almost impossible. So the good problem is we have having classrooms are full and sometimes overflowing, and students have raised some concerns about it. So we are helping them, and we tell them the new building is going to be up soon. We have lack of grant writers. There is so much money outside. So, but we are also being resourceful. One of the companies we are working is called Fox Creek Fundraising in Omaha. They were the ones who helped us write the language grant, and we paid a nominal fees, and it turned out to be $1.7 million. So we're gonna work with them to hopefully write more grants so we can get more external funding, which we truly deserve. But as of right now, the lack of grant writers, we have excellent grant management, but grant writing is a complex thing for us as of right now. I just want to publicly thank the Tribal Council, Pinigigi, for all the support you guys give, and especially it was heartening. Ms. Chairwoman gave a few remarks on the 25-year celebration. It was very well received, and thank you again. And I also want to say thank you to Tribal Council. The space behind Woolsden, there is a small plot of around 5,000 square footage. We got that from Tribal Council, and we are planning to build first career tech program. So USDA is very interested to fund this building, small building, so that we can start like a construction program or a plumbing program, so that our male students especially can get a degree and start working. Workforce is so important and so crucial. And we explained this to them, the RBDG USDA program and the TCI programs. They're very interested in our vision. So if that happens, I don't want to jinx it, then we can hopefully have a building there. It's like a shed-like structure so that our male students especially can get benefit and start working as plumbers or any trade programs they can think of.
Maybe a part of using as you're pointing out to the need for our trades program is we attended the economic impact study results that HCI commissioned. I don't know if you
They
were
sent us
aware
a
of that?
draft copy, yes.
Okay, and in there, there's good progress being made across the tribe, but what doesn't grow is the number of our children living in poverty, and the other that doesn't grow is increasing our male workforce. And so hopefully you're using that as you're going out and getting grants, and I'm glad to hear you talk about that.
No, it is.
Many of them may not be academically inclined, but they're good with their hands, and the vocational training that we're going to be offering at our college is very important for our the future of this tribe, especially in managing our housing stock. Right now, our housing maintenance guys do a good job, but they're aging out. And it's getting harder and harder to find skilled workforce to plumbing, carpentry, electrical. And so what your goal for that vocational is very, very important, and using the workforce, male workforce, that baseline that they came up with out of that study could be a baseline for what you're trying to do, and we could refer back to that from you know, just throwing that in there because that was very impactful to me to see that.
Yes, Mr. Lance Morgan has sent me a draft copy and
Okay.
mentioned specifically about this. And when we shared our vision, and we are actually using this as an appendix for our grants.
Okay.
We are using that as a, because no, this is solid research.
Yeah.
And I also would like to go back to one slide. I want to show something. I don't know. I have to. This is important as we. Okay, so I may have to just move here. So this building is another building for four career tech programs. So this is the first building we are going to build. So the one on the Bulls Den is behind here, somewhere here. There'll be only one program, but this one will be a full-blown 4 trade programs.
Great.
So this is our, and in our design, there are 7 phases. Phase 1 is the science building. Phase 2 is this one. So this is our next target. And the foundations are already interested. They're already talking. January, they are meeting 7 foundations in Omaha, explaining our vision and male students. And I'm taking the economic impact study. Once it is approved by, if I can get the approval to share with somebody, I'll get the approval, and then I want to show it to the foundations. Hey, you know what? We are not serving our male students well. This is a great opportunity to help us. So,
Yeah.
Thank you, Manoj.
oops. I also want to thank Winnebago's Casino and Resort and Ho Chunk Incorporation. They have been solid partners with us. Their support has been really been grateful. And all T-shirts we got on the 25-year special was sponsored by Winnebago. So thank you very much. As request to Travel Council, one is pretty serious request. So when guests or anybody come from outside town to Little Priest Tribal College, there is no signage of Little Priest Tribal College entering from the north side and the south side on the back street. So if we can put a good signage where the Little Priest Tribal College is, that will be great, so that people can immediately recognize. They tend to go to the our Village Market campus a lot because it shows North Campus and our campus. So that's a request. Of course, I know this is a big request, and I understand. The reason I put this one is $4 million of funding to get the 10 acres. So when we did the 10 acres design, the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, if you want to start the phase 2, that's the construction of the career tech building I just showed, you know, the 10 acres has no roads or plumbing or lines or anything like that. The first estimate came as $3.7 million to start the first building of career tech programs. And many of the foundations are reluctant to fund the infrastructure, even though they understand our situation. It's a lot of money, but I just wanted to bring it to the Tribal Council attention. That's our future. That's our new campus. That's the next 25 years. That's our kids needs to be experiencing the real college. And I do understand it's a big request, and I know it's not something that can be fixed overnight, but I just wanted to present it that eventually our tribe, our college needs to grow on a new campus. It's getting bigger, and our kids should feel that. So the next thing is, this was brought to my attention during multiple meetings, Ms. Chairwoman, that they have asked me to specifically ask you to talk about higher ed and tribal college, especially with the House trying to cut the budgets, to voice your opinion and push for the agenda that education is important for us and we can't afford our tribal students to lose that education. And I'm happy to report, I'm not publicly, I couldn't put in a slide, but there is a new law that's going to be passed. It's just passed the Senate. Senator Deb Fisher passed this. It's called NACI Act. This is the first time a tribal college president can be on the budget committee. For the first time ever. So people are making decisions for us without having our own input. So one tribal college president out of the 35 will be selected. And it was myself and President Oltrogi from Nebraska Indian Community College were the ones who actually worked with Senator Fisher's. And now it has passed the Senate. And I heard from the grapevine that there's a good chance it's going to pass the House as well. So very thankful that NACI Act will be passed.
What does NACI stand for?
Actually, I had a sticky note. I should have bought it. Native American Council for Indian Education. Native American Council for Indian Education. So we'll be on the budget side. And nobody was there so far. And it's been years. And they are making on their own decisions without any input. So it was a wrong thing they were doing.
What are your thoughts on assuming that position?
Sorry, Eric?
You said that they were requesting one person to sit in that position. What's your thoughts on yourself sitting in that position?
I'll be honored, honestly, and I would take it by heartbeat because I understand the budget requirements very well. But it's the Congress. I think they're gonna call a hearing on this one. I heard. So I honestly I don't care who will be. If I'm chosen, I will not deny that. But if they select somebody else who is knowledgeable, I just hope whoever they select are knowledgeable about the budget requirements, because it is very complex. Like, for example, we have the first funding ever through the appropriation called F&IR, Facilities and Improvements and Repair Program by BIE. For the first time, we can use it for repair. We could never use any money for repair work. It has to come from operations. Our buildings are old, not just Little Priest. Every tribal college I visit as a peer reviewer for HLC, they're old. They need repair. And we can't use any of the grant funds. But now we have one part of funds, which is what I was talking about. They're trying to cut that funding by 22%. We'll go back to those days where we cannot fix the leakage or all these things. It's not fair for our students. So if God willing, if they select me, I'll take it in a heartbeat. And I will vouch for every tribal college. And of course, for Little Priest Tribal College, a little bit more.
Well, yes. Hopefully, if you do get chosen, you can use the experience that you've had here to your advantage.
Yes, it's a pretty big. If it happens, it's a pretty big thing for us. We can.
Thanks, Manoj.
So I would vote no if they selected you, because we need you at Little Priest.
In the past, the tribe was really active during the House Appropriations hearings, and that's when 12 Clans was going through, well, we're still going through hardship, but that's when we were in transition. So I'll put this on the General Council agenda because if the tribe, I guess, makes effort to go there, then this would be one of our topic areas. And it would not only be healthcare, it would be, all these things, and we would make a special presentation on the college portion. So I will work with the council and our general council to see if we're participating in those hearings. They usually have like it's not called the Indian Day, but they have a day where all the tribes come in, and whether it be healthcare, education, and do you go to those hearings or?
We are not invited.
Okay.
And NACI will change that. Hopefully, that's what they said.
Okay, so you'd be able to testify at that hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And honestly, speaking, Ms. Chairwoman, if you can talk about the importance of education and why this is important, they should not target us. And we're only 37 TCUs, and there are 1,000 more colleges, but it's not fair for us. And we are slowly. And the worst thing I heard is if they remove this funding by chance, we'll never be able to get it back.
So how can we make the connection with the land grant institutions and how they could supplement that in a way if they're going to take it from there?
They're only targeting 1994s. They're not touching the 1862s or the 1890s, but it's only the 1994, which is the tribal colleges. It's so unfair how we get treated, so if you have a chance, please, I'm requesting you to share our concerns.
Okay.
that this funding is not, this is long due, first of all, and second of all, don't target us. So please.
I agree.
Is that requesting tribal college to attend May 18th, 1923 commencement? Isn't that over with?
2024. 2024.
I can say I won't be able to make that.
You know, I've read this slide maybe 50 times and still made a mistake. Thank you. Sorry about that. But yes, I'm requesting Travel Council to please attend and support our graduates and students for our very special 25 years commencement ceremony on May 18th of 2024. So to be there for all of us to graduate, and this is such a historical occasion for all our students. So
We forgive you.
thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to say, COVID and post-COVID, you know, we have lost a lot of tribal members. You know, people are in mourning. So I just want to pray for everybody. I also want to pray for all the tribal council members, and you know, I wish you have a safe break and holidays. And thank you for everything. And I also want to thank my board of trustees and my employees, students, who have made to 2023 a successful year at Little Priest Tribal College. Pinigigi.
Well, Pinigigi to you as well, Manoj. Would any of the council like to make any comments? Oh, yeah.
Like say, you know, you're talking about the classes being overflowed. What about splitting the class times, cut the class in half and have them at 2 different times?
Yes, that's what we are doing right away. When we found out that we're having some situation, we're splitting the class, and we're also starting to add more evening classes so that the working employees can still take the advantage of free tuition and attend the classes. There's a real push on having more evening classes and completely online courses so they can do it at their convenience.
Well, like say, thank you for enduring and overcoming that 18-month fight for the science building. You know, that's good to see that we're moving forward, and that consistency in that. And then the parking lot, you know, that looks really good. I remember the way it was before. You know, there's potholes, you know, kind of make you feel like you're on a dirt road or something. and the auditorium renovation, you know, that's good. Looking forward to, you know, future renovations at that. And so you're doing a good job, you know, keep up the good work. You know, we're watching, the council's watching, the community is watching. And so you are a part of the leadership in this community, you know, and moving us forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I also want to share something personal. I don't like to speak much about this, but this is I just finished my Aspen Fellowship, Presidential Fellowship, only tribal college president to be selected out of the 24 in the entire nation. I finished in this year, but also I personally had a lot of issues. My wife just had 2 surgeries. She's recovering very well, and the day after her second surgery, her mother also had a stroke. So we are dealing with some personal situations. The reason I'm sharing this is, is for the tribal council to know that it's been hard personally for me this year, but thanks to my board, honestly, and my employees who have supported me in my tough times. And I just want 2023 to get done smoothly, so that praying God that everybody for 2024 goes well.
Thank you, Manoj, for sharing that. And I met your beautiful family at the anniversary celebration. Manoj has some beautiful children and wife, and it was really nice to thank her for the sacrifices that Manoj makes to serve at the college. The one comment I guess I want to make, Manoj, and for encourage you guys all, is you're really raising the standard, and you're taking the college to the next level. And I know that it's an effort from your encouragement to your staff and the students that are excelling is just something that is a dream come true for all of us, and it's going to come back to our community and our membership's livelihood. So it just means so much, things that are taking us along into a stronger tribe.
And it's all, as Chief Little Praise says, be strong and educate my children. It's all about our children. So thank you, Pinagigi, again, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Anybody else want to say anything else? Okay. Well, thank you guys. Happy holidays to your entire staff, and look forward to your guys' break. I know you guys are counting the days. That's a really nice thing that you get to reset, and appreciate you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna reset and take a 5-minute break our own selves. And
Thank you.
the motion to accept
Move it.
the
23.
2023 LPTC annual update. We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eugene. Discussion, objection. Motion carried 5-0-0.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good report.
Thank you. Thank you.
What time you going to break here?
Break. Might as well make it up. I'm back at 10:40. How's it going? How's it doing? Good. I'm skipping town. Okay.
Hey, Troy, I'm gonna take off here, but I'm gonna come back in online.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in and being on the meeting. Then our coming back to the meeting, welcome back from the break. Our next item under new business is Winnebago's acting general manager, but we're gonna discuss that in executive session. So that brings us to old business, and we have the Winnebago Comprehensive Healthcare System Board vacancy. We had previous discussion on reappointing Darla Lapointe, and she applied. And so looking for a motion to reappoint Darla Lapointe to the Winnebago Comprehensive Healthcare System Board of Directors.
Her application.
But she applied.
Well, we heard that, but then I was trying to get it out of WCHS and they can't find it either. So then Darla sent a screenshot to Lottie and you can't even read it. So I asked, can she bring a copy down to the office so we can have it in the packet? We never got it, so.
Okay, so we're gonna table this item then? Until we have a applicant or those
Yeah.
applications? Okay. Motion to table WCHS board vacancy.
Move it.
Motion to table by Eric. Second by Isaac. Discussion, objection, motion carried, 6-0, so 7-0-0. 7-0-0. The next order of business, council, thank you for your leadership last week as we went over the HR policy manual. We went through the individual revisions and additions. We need a blanket approval to approve the whole document. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair,
Discussion.
for discussion, I think we need to wait until we have a full council.
Okay.
Because there was only 8 that voted on it and we're gonna elect a new council member in a week. And I think it should take the full council for a big change like what was approved in one of those sections.
Okay, well, all those sections got approved,
But I mean, the overall manual, I think it out of respect, whoever's that 9th seat should get to see all that.
so does that mean that none of that stuff is, well,
Not
okay.
the overall, but
So
each of those sections were already approved, but it's the overall. Have respect for let's show respect for that, not whoever gets elected.
Is
So
there-
they could read the whole thing before we do the final full, whatever.
Okay, is there a motion to table that?
I would vote against that because I think that's going against the unanimous decision process also.
Okay,
Everybody voting today would be a unanimous decision. Just one person missing, if you start waiting for that kind of situation, it just prolongs government action, as far as I'm concerned. You may go
Wasn't a
either way, but I'm
unanimous
not
decision.
comfortable with waiting.
okay, well, thank you for weighing in on that. So, either which way it goes, is there a motion to table that approval?
Well, I wouldn't vote until I know why you want to table it specifically. It's just a government procedure that we live by. And to alter it because there's a vacancy doesn't mean there's not a unanimous decision.
There wasn't a unanimous decision. There was a section of that, not that there was 3 didn't and 4 outvoted. It wasn't a unanimous.
Well,
So the
the
discussion-
Constitution don't read that way. It's unanimous decision.
Well, it wasn't unanimous.
So, with,
So why don't you guys make a motion to try to get your way
Yeah.
and vote on
Today,
it?
So,
it would be unanimous decision.
so, is there a motion to either table the approval of the HR policy manual, or is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve, Madam Chair, see where it goes.
All right, we have a motion by Kenny to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion.
So the discussion that I'd like to throw out there was reaching out to Tina this morning about when that would actually go into effect. from my understanding, we're approving the manual for 24. And does that apply to calendar 24? Or does that apply immediately? Her little response that I got was whatever motion goes into effect immediately when it comes to the manual.
I assumed it was effect immediately. As far as anything budgetary, it's by the fiscal year. And so
Okay.
any of that stuff only applies to this fiscal year.
Correct.
Is how I understood it.
Okay.
I think it sounds like it's a formality. It's already been approved by the areas. We approved everything, and I think this is just a formality that she needs to have written up. That's the way I'm looking at it.
So then the other part of my discussion was asking, because me and Isaac were actually had a chance to meet with Renaissance Director Bruce Saints here and have a discussion about what was I guess you could call it the reason for the season, and including that language and including supporting documentation for all the employees as well as the membership of why we would approve this section of the handbook.
And would you want that inserted in the?
Correct. I would
Okay.
like that
Okay.
with it before the announcement's made. And we're having that conversation now through email, but I'm kind of waiting for a response. You guys are all tagged in it, CC'd in it, so you can see it. But that I want to make sure that that's included and part of it, and it isn't just oh, hey, we're giving you this for
Okay.
no reason.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, it
That's what
does.
I'm trying
And
to
that
get at.
was Lewis was unavailable during the portion of the discussion. But that's great that he's gonna put it in writing. Lorelai.
If we're talking about documentation, I asked the CFO for the, what it costs us every day for the tribal organization when nobody's working, no services are being provided. And how many thousands of dollars is that where no one's gonna be working and no services are getting provided? I think that as documentation, we need to see what that cost is. And our membership has a right to know what that cost is gonna be. It's gonna be a lot of money where nobody's working. So I think that should be a part of the documentation. And I already asked the CFO for that figure.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to approve the HR policy manual. We have a second by Coley. Any further discussion?
I think that that documentation for that could come afterwards, and maybe integrate that into another meeting or hold a special meeting for that, so we can see it at that time. And then yes, the community would be able to, the enrolled membership would be able to see that, and that would cut down on this meeting or the next meeting. But the meeting where we do the information on it, it could be all put together in one meeting.
And a third, I guess I'll throw a third monkey wrench in here. During the discussion, Tina, it was during the, oh shoot, it was the one about was it the flex schedule or was it the modified schedule? The HR director told us that the CEO had content that wasn't incorporated. I still want to know what that content is. You know, if it was important enough that the CEO wrote it down, it should be provided, especially because it came from the council. And if we couldn't remember what we said over the summer, I still like to see that in there too. Whoever comment it was, I don't know who made the comment, but if it was documented, I don't know why it didn't make it to the final document. Esther, do you want to weigh in on that?
I was trying to think of what that is.
Well, Tina just had a note that said that there was feedback provided by the tribal council that was going to be inserted, but Tina said she never got that information from you to be implemented in the document. So it
Seems like
just,
that would have been part of the motion language.
Yeah, but she
I'll have to
didn't-
touch base with her and find out what she was referring to.
okay. And we didn't have it in our notes, and I just wanted to make sure whatever was provided by the council that you wrote down, that it made it in.
Right, and I sent you, because I had concerns regarding the break. I did send those notes to you before the meeting. But yeah, I'll have to touch base with Tina and find out what she's referring to, because I'm not for sure what that what that's about.
Okay, yep, and we did approve it based on your feedback. But there's more concern, and that's kind of what's prompting kind of the fiscal responsibility of it, some of the other language, and of course the purpose and content from our Renaissance program. So that's what's on the table now for, I guess, adding it. But we have a motion to approve on the table right now. Any further discussion? Objection to the motion?
Object.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand or signify. This thing is Kenny Mallory,
Yes.
Coley, Eugene, Eric, opposed,
LD.
LD, abstain. Is that opposed or abstain? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion carried 4-0. Esther, at the CEO report, could you still bring that information back for discussion and possible inclusion? And by then we could have that.
Can someone send me, I guess, the listing of all the specific questions that you guys wanted?
Well, that's the big
Okay.
mystery. Tina said
Okay.
there was
All right.
a note from you that there was some changes to be made, but that you didn't give them to her.
I think he was on the first
Okay.
item.
It was
try
on
to
the
figure what
modified
else- what that is.
modified work schedule. Was the portion it was about.
Okay, I'll add that to the CEO
So,
report and try to figure out what that's.
Yeah, the
that
council was just also wondering why that communication wouldn't happen, in advance of it being presented to the council. So we hope that,
is. Well, and, sorry.
not on you, we're just wondering why it would be presented if it didn't have the CEO's final, whatever that note said.
And she knows how to reach out and speak to me, so I'm not for sure why she would present it in that way. I'm not hard to get a hold of.
Well, we appreciate both you, we appreciate your leadership, we just want to make sure we got the document as strong as it can be. So, motion carried 4-0 with still opportunity to gather that other content mentioned. That brings us to our executive session. Do we have a motion to go into executive session? Esther, we'll need you for that executive as well as Jasmine.
Motion to go into the session.
We have a motion to go into executive session by you.
Town
About the
council
drum
items?
group and
Oh shoot, sorry. Gee, what the
about the
heck?
drum group and
Where-
the Roberts rules.
where did I miss
next
that?
Page. Next page.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't know there was a next page. So we're not going into executive session. We're on tribal council items, drum group update, and I'll turn it over to Eugene.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just in the homework that, it's one of the first projects that I was kind of given the first week I was here. And I did reach out to the school. It is an option for the kids at the school to do the said recording. But per Austin Bales and their other technicians, I guess, the teachers that teach that style of class, the audiovisual stuff, the timing wise of it doesn't really work for them, not until the summer, just because Austin's a new dad, Trayvon's the other teacher in that class, basketball practices that go in the evenings, and if you wanted the school to do this said recording, like it would have to be done on the weekends, which means the school giving up their time. The superintendent said he's more than willing to help sponsor and do those things, but it's almost, we're just gonna have to work around their schedule. And they did admit that the quality of the audio, if we were to ask them to record it, wouldn't be really up to a CD quality or however you want to think of it, just because the lack of experience in recording that style of music. So that's that. The video portion of it, they said that they're pretty solid as far as their video goes. They can make a video for it if needed, but again, it falls back into the timing part of it of when they're available. You'd have kids staying late after school hours. So that, I guess it can happen, but it isn't, like, it's not gonna happen right away type of attitude with that. The thought, I know that where we were at with it was trying to make sure we got those 2 drum groups recorded right away to get that portion of it done, since there were 2 other drum groups that got recorded in the same fashion. The other 2 families wanted to try to get recorded. I was really hoping to try to get something done before the Christmas break for everybody, so that maybe them and their family have a little money for Christmas, or however you want to think of it, like that. So a couple of options that I'd like to throw out there for council's consideration, working with Isaac along with this as well, but even using our space that we have in here, bringing the drum into the council chambers and possibly doing a recording in here, kind of bringing that thought and that feeling with it back into the chambers. So a suggestion that I have of mine would just be utilizing the tribe's own equipment that it owns, that already exists here. The radio program has a mobile unit, mobile station that they can use. I don't know if our new media guy would be interested in something like that as far as recordings. I know he can do the videos and things like that, but maybe under the direction or work with Gary, and maybe we can get something worked out where we can get the recording done here in-house versus us having to pay a separate entity to come in and get paid to do a recording of our own music, almost like we want to take care of ourselves type of attitude. So I do want to put that out there for everybody, just maybe have a quick discussion, thoughts on it.
I don't know, the way I was taught was the drum belongs to the men.
Appreciate that, thank you.
That's the way I was taught, but I was wondering when I heard there was a contract previously, I thought, why wasn't that under our own communications department and we're utilizing our own equipment and our own staff and assign them to this? So if we can't have the students do it, learn how to do this in our school, then the next best thing is to assign our communications department to do this recording, use our new equipment we bought, and do it that way. But on the other hand, I'm a woman and I'm not supposed to have anything to say about drum groups.
I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eugene. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I'm looking at my guys here. There's like 3 of us.
Yeah,
So.
I'll comment. However it goes, I know we need it. Renaissance is poking away and doing a good job, but I know we need it. Always need more education in our culture and language singing and drumming in our language is always a good thing. So support however traditional and it goes, So I gotta support it 100%. Thanks.
Thanks, Chloe. Isaac, do you want to weigh in on that?
I'll give you a
Talking
quick
about the
update. Just
drum.
the drum project presented that the school, they are available and they could do it, but they realized that it wouldn't be as a high quality of maybe what we're looking for, since it'd be a lot of the kids learning. The other part of it was that there's 2 staff up there that teach that certain class, but with one of them being a brand new dad and then the other one that coaches basketball, there really isn't time, like ASAP right away. They might have to wait till summer. And then, like, if you include the kids, it would be like after school hours, and during the summer hours, kids would have to come into the school to learn those things. Now, they're willing to do it, they're willing to help support it, but it's kind of on their schedule. So then going back to the discussion that we had about possibly even bringing it and recording it right here in the chambers, bringing that thought and feeling into it. And then also utilizing our own tribal equipment, utilizing our new media guy, utilizing tribal recording stuff that already exists within us. And I know that even the video, we've even talked about maybe even asking Frosty Clips to do the video portion of it, and then we do the audio. However we want to approach it, but what I said is I want to try to get those 2 recording done right away for those 2 families, so maybe they could have a little Judah for Christmas, and just try to get some direction that, hey, let's get moving on this and get rolling on it. So that's kind of where we're at with it right now. The men we're talking about it, and Lorelai kind of even respectfully said that, she has her opinion, but as a woman, she knows that the women aren't supposed to really weigh in on what goes on with the drum. So I just thanked her for that, and that's kind of just looking for the men folk here to kind of make a decision on this.
Whatever Kenny wants to do.
I'll go with the flow.
So I think one of the things is to let's get it rolling, and here, put that in there. But get it rolling for to get that recorded. I guess we could pull Garen in after this and sit down with him, and then we'll just have him come in on under his job and record that. I think the tribe's got more than enough recording equipment, and I think that we could get that squared away. The one big thing is not to get lost in what the actual ultimate end of the goal is, you know. And I think I was kind of sharing with different people along the way about saying that one of the things is to be able to have actually have maybe if it's done right or done in a way that have a little drum group come out of this whole thing, you know. And that was part of the reason why it was hard to kind of watch, was because anybody can go record anybody at any point in time, and then you can go home and play it 100 times and learn a little bit about it, maybe the words or something, but you're not learning anything other than that. So you could sing a song and I could hear it on the radio 100 times, and then I start singing that song. But how do I know, through a video being recorded, how do I know when the appropriate time to sing that song is? How do I know exactly, and this is where Renaissance was coming in and helping out, was how do I know exactly what are the words in that song? What am I actually singing about? A lot of those songs, and then the origin of the drum, the history of the drum, how did it come to the Winnebago people? You know, and then the meanings of what it is to sit down at a drums, you know. Do you come over there real crabby and sit down and hope that you feel better, or do you come over there with a good mindset, or do you come over there and offer a word of prayer and then sit down and get serious and get your mind right? You know, all of these things, and I know the answer to a little bit of it, but not all of it. But that's kind of where my mind was, and I'm sharing a lot of this information because of some of the membership may not be up to speed on it. So that's kind of where I was sitting at with it, was to be able to have, you know, a little drum group, maybe if they're able to. So we have all these recordings, get these recordings done, and then we have one of the drum groups that got recorded has to come in and put a little practice together. In the chambers, we push all these chairs back and have it on the weekends, nice warm little spot here. And then at powwow time, I guess you take it over to the powwow committee or whatever, but anytime there's going to be a tiny tot category, then this little drum group that's learning has to be the singers for that, because the tiny tots, they're just now learning too, you know, so they're not. So I think that would be a good way to put our little ones, to include them, you know. So
I think that's the portion of it that we wanted to try to include as well, to not just make it a video and song. We want to make sure to include and give those heads of those drum groups the opportunity to tell that story about, you know, how they came to be, and, you know, have that history, that oral history shared and recorded for all time for everybody, you know, anybody down the line that, you know, if it ever did fall away, God forbid, kind of attitude. But I think that's a big portion of it as well, is having those 4 or 5 leaders, the guys that are left right now, that know those stories and can share those stories, and asking them to come in and do those type of things. So but I appreciate the guidance from the council. Thank you.
Do we need any motions or anything to move forward in that direction?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. How do we do I need to be in charge of that ARPA project, or how does that go about? Or can we just start making stuff happen, working out, putting in invoices with?
The project is currently under the museum, so it needs to be reclassified in. I don't see Billy on here, so I don't know the logistics on what needs to happen, but it currently is under the budget of the museum, and they're
in reaching out to the museum, at the point she wants nothing to do with it. So that's why when we had spoken, I don't know where it needs to go under. I don't mind heading the project if it wants to go into Renaissance. Yeah, where the funds
Yeah,
would
so
go.
you'll have to get with her on all
Okay.
those because there's reporting that has to happen with every single one of these projects, so it has to be with
Fit its guidelines and all that. Understood.
the codes and just
Yeah.
all the
Yeah.
the order of
logistical.
it,
Yeah,
the logistical order. I don't want to misspeak because we'll report to whatever we say it is. We'll report to that note. So, do you need a motion to move forward, take all actions necessary? What do you want to do?
I'll make a motion to direct Mr. Councilman Decora to take all actions necessary to finish up the drum project.
Second,
We have a motion
Madam
by
Chair.
Isaac and a second by Kenny. Discussion.
Comment. My comment is, I guess it is to research when a good time is to start this, because as you know, all sorts of different kids could be interested in there's basketball. Then it'll be rolling into another sports, there's high school, there's junior high. All our kids are busy on the weekends, so and the weeknights, so it'd be a good time and to see a schedule when it's it's ready to roll and who it's going to accommodate and how and try and accommodate all the kids that are willing and want to do this.
Well,
And the age limits.
Yeah, and as you know, I kind of pay attention to all those schedules anyway. So got all kinds of nephews and nieces.
I haven't
and
seen you
kids.
at one game
I haven't been
since you
around
got
yet.
here.
Yeah, I haven't been up
so
there
don't lie
yet.
to the people.
No, but I know when the games are. But I know that this first part of it is just to get those two families done the same way the other are done. That's the way it was kind of written originally. So the first project would just be to get those two drums recorded before Christmas. That's the goal.
But huge, if you could, so the motion's got a second, and we're in discussion. If you could just kind of keep the council up to date, any meetings, anytime we're in session, just kind of say here. I just want to throw a little snidbit out there to the council, and then so you probably have to put the plan together, what it looks like, bring it back, shoot it across the table, see where it goes, if it even needs any approval or anything. But I think the most important thing is we want to try to get it taken care of in a good way, and actually be able to utilize it. So even figuring that out as moving forward, there might be another opportunity down the road of being able to hook some other things into this, grow this thing and kind of almost like how Renaissance does their culture camp, But I know we did the summer youth kids, those that were able to obtain a job and kind of work through the summer youth, and we kind of did a little meal out at the Ho Chunk Center and talked about the fire. We talked about the drum. We had a little feast there. Kind of laid it out on the floor there and kind of walked them through just the basics, so they could get an understanding. And one neat thing about that was they brought that drum in from Renaissance, and that's a big drum. We got it from the Otos, and man, all those boys, you didn't even have to say nothing. As soon as that drum came in, all those boys stood up and grabbed their chairs and went and sat around there. So it was the want was there for our young ones, and it was pretty neat because they kind of started. They had them sing two songs, the thank you song and I think welcome song and thank you song, and but they all sound like a bunch of Clydesdales running down a hallway. But they kind of got it together by the time they're on their second song, So that was just from the little short time that they were there. But so that's where I was kind of going with that. And then once I seen that, I was kind of like, wow, that's pretty neat to see that they
creating opportunities all we can for those little guys to learn, because not all of them have that data, that judge, that person, that choka that's going to sit them down and teach them. And a lot of them need that opportunity that it's not given to them. So utilizing this project to create that, like you're talking about, I think we're on the same page with that.
Yeah.
So.
And that was another thing we were talking about too, just for the council's information, was we're kind of looking at how some of the programs were set up, and it's kind of like you have to get in trouble in order to get recognized And so we're trying to look at like, how do we take some of the younger ones and acknowledge them for doing good, for not getting in trouble? You know, how do we encourage them? So we're talking with a couple of the veterans, and they're saying, well, how come these young men, how come we can't give them eagle feathers, you know? And so that's been talked about, you know, like, hey, you're doing good, you're taking care of what needs to be taken care of, you stepped up in your family, we see that. So just this morning we had another discussion with another veteran that came in, and he said, Isaac, we got to develop a tool that are either have a way to where we can recognize these little ones that feel that they're not being recognized. Maybe there's some little ones, some young ones that are real humble, and they don't say or do anything outside of what they're not supposed to. But to be able to kind of come over there and say, here, you know, maybe here's an eagle plum for a young lady, or here's an eagle feather, then talk to them about that. But just being able to reward some of the younger youth, to encourage them, you know. So going to doings or awake shouldn't be the only time you hear encouragement. We should hear it all the time. You know, we should be like that all the time with each other. So, but I'll cut it off there. So.
I just want to make one comment. I just wanted to share this with you, Eugene. It was about 20 years ago. I was working in the Whirling Thunder's Healthy Choice food stand, and I was busier than heck because we're promoting offering healthy food for our powwow visitors. And here all of a sudden, your Choka, Eugene, I was always scared of him. He said, Lorelei, he hollered at me because we were inside the stand. He said, get over here. So I ran out there and he said, listen to this song. So I listened. My brain recorder came on. I listened, and then he said, you know why I wanted you to hear this song? And I said, no. And he said, because in the future, when the singers sing this song, this is the Decora song, then the Decoras need to donate for them singing our ancestors' song. And I said, okay, thank you. But that's what remember how gruff he was? Yep. Get over here. And I ran over there, was scared, but I remembered that. So now when he made me do that, I remember the song.
Never forget it now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna sing it for 20 right now. Then.
Any further discussion? Objection to the motion? Motion carried 700. Yep. Okay, thank you, council, and thank you, Eugene, for stepping up. That brings us to the Robert's Rules of Order training. Eugene had reached out and we had discussed the Robert's Rules of Order training coming up of Fallmouth, is that what it's? Fallmouth. And then I mentioned that years ago, through one of Kenny's contacts, through Councilman Mallory's contacts, we were able to bring somebody in. So I was just kind of bringing it back to the table to discuss. I told Eugene has every opportunity to go to any training he wants to, but the last time we did it with that gentleman. His name is James. Mm-hmm. Is he still doing those type of things?
I think so.
And so we don't have the quotes in front of us, but we wanted to just tell the council that we're always lifelong learners and can always sharpen up our Robert's Rule of Order skills.
Yeah, I would support either way. You know, whether it's me or the new council member go, or it's all of us, or we want to bring somebody in and more feasible for us. I'm in support of either way. I'd rather everybody have the opportunity than just myself.
Well, that's always refreshing. No matter how many times you have it, you can make mistakes. I'm trying to think of that guy's name, but we've had him for I don't know how many years. Maybe a new approach from someone else
Okay.
Would be good too.
Eugene, do you want to research that for us?
Sure.
Whether it be somebody come here, or if there's a one close, or if that one's the best one that you've identified. The other thing we talked about, and Linnell and Esther have been really helpful with the tribal council orientation. And every year we talk about how we could build it out and do this and do that. And it's such a long, painful day that we don't know if a week long would be even more fun.
Yeah.
And we'd have things like Robert's Rules of Order, Budget 101, just things to kind of get our feet wet in areas that we're asked to do. Maybe Intact 101. So more to learn, but thank you for bringing that to us on how we could better serve the people.
I think this kind of,
Go ahead, Kenny.
I think this, in searching for someone, you want to find someone that does role playing so that we all get involved in action. We've had a situation where the guy just came in and presented everything. We never exercised anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hard to remember unless you role play. So, and I think Fallsmouth is one that does that.
Okay.
Role plays.
I think they might even be a program that will travel to you. It might be.
Yeah.
Might
yeah.
cost a little more, but
It's worth it.
email me. So if you guys have any contacts that you can think of, just shoot me an email and I'll research it and get into it. Cool.
I guess somehow, some way, if there's a way, we're Indians. We're American Indians. Whatever the treaties say what we are, and here we are. What we're following, what we're doing. We're kind of living as white men in this white man's world. They're throwing these books at us, and we're following. So I don't know. It don't seem like we can do it, but what I've learned, it seems like we can only break our own rules, So I would like to see somehow even start to figure if we can just get away from this kind of way of life, and so we can do these good things how we're talking, like the things Isaac says and the things we know that all our chokas and grandmas taught us, how to be, and then put this into the table and lead that way. Because we all grew up, all our chokas and grandmas were great people. Every single one of them, and there's a lot of great spirits that have been in this room, and there'll be more that come in throughout the years. So maybe we cannot get away from that, sitting as a table, as a elected official. I guess, if we can go back to how it used to be a long time ago, we could make decisions legally, and do that thing in black and white with the court system and laws and all that stuff. But if that can be done, that's just something that I always want to express and think, as a real tribal leader, as an American Indian, Native American Indian, whatever we are, but that's what we are. We're Indians, to this country. So I just want to say that in a good way, that some way we can get away from that, That's all.
Hey Coley, that's a really good point, and you're talking about returning to the indigenous way of doing things. And before we had a IRA constitution that adopted the use of Robert's Rules of Order, we did things a different way. And I hear you saying, how can we bring that back? And maybe it ain't do away with that way, but maybe it's like incorporating another hybrid way of doing it. Then he made me think, like, somebody has to have studied this. Somebody has to have done their PhD on this type of decision making, on how you return to your traditional order. And so I don't I guess it has a lot to do with the way we don't function now, like with our clan system and the warriors and all the different societies that did things the way they did them back then. But I'm open to the council looking at that, and if there's some traditional direction and thought on how we bring it back, I think that's awesome.
I mean, lead the way, that's what we've been doing. Kind of, we're out there, out on in the country as leading the way, economics and the words like that, so we can try and do this, initiative and make it happen, and other tribes can follow in that direction, so better keep it in your minds.
So I think we add that to our strategic plan, and it would probably be a longer term goal because it would require a constitutional amendment,
Bunch of changes.
because it would be changing that that we use that in the Constitution, but I think it's good stuff. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
When we had our circle, our spiritual gathering this summer, the council out at the, we had it out at the vet center. I brought this up and I was trying to remind the men folks that I remember coming to meetings when I was a teenager, and the older men, when they got up to speak, they would always say, "It's good to see this many of the clans represented here." And it made you feel good. I was just a teenager then, but it made you feel good like you were a part. And I hope our men relatives can continue to say that, so that our young people feel that we're a part of. And the other thing they always said was, be good to one another. Those are the two things I remember when I was a teenager, and when our older male relatives would get up and talk. That's the two things they would say. And that beautiful thinking, I'm glad Coley brought this up, because this Robert's Rules of Order, we're required to use it because it was the secretarial election that approved that. But there is our whole chunk way of thinking that worked for us for how many since our creation. And it has to do with the clans represented, and each one of us has an equal responsibility and say in how we're going to move forward as a people. So I'm glad you said that, Coley. I'm glad you had that thought, and I hope we move towards that, finding that way for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Chloe. So, do you want a motion for that, or do you just want to bring something back, Eugene, what you might come across?
No, we don't need a motion
Okay.
for it. I mean,
For him to, for you to research a person
Yeah,
to
he's
do
gonna,
that?
yeah.
he'll just bring something back.
Yeah, just bring some.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd probably put a deadline on myself just so. Because
Good man.
if that training in January, that's the middle of January, I believe. So then we would want to give enough time to set up for travel, I guess. I guess the motion would just be that we can go attend said training, correct?
Well, we need it in the packet,
Okay,
so
all right. So that's my
mid-month.
deadline.
So you got mid-month then
Yeah,
to get it in the
yeah.
packet.
Okay.
Eric's got a comment.
What about a scheduled update down the road in case he needs further actions from the table to carry on? That's just a thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. So, I guess either way, if you end up going to the one in January, then mid-month would be a good time to bring that back. And if we need more time to research other ones, then that time. Alrighty, well that brings us to our executive session. Are we ready to go into executive session? Do we have a motion?
I move it, Madam Chair.
Second.
We have a motion by Kenny, we have a second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection to the motion, motion carried, we're entering executive session at 11:35 a.m. Motions out of executive session. Is there a motion for Mr. Walker?
Make a motion for Mr. Walker to
Recording in
reside
progress.
back in apartment 1 after renovated.
What was your motion?
Motion for Mr. Walker to reside back in apartment 1 in the fourplex after renovated.
I would second that, Madam Chair.
Second by Kenny. Discussion.
Wherever you guys want to go, it don't matter how you guys vote. I just told him when he came in here that's what I was gonna do, so I'm just sticking to my word. If you guys knock it down and vote against it, that's fine. I'm still gonna say good morning to you in the hallways and shake your hand and talk to you, and when I pass you, I'm gonna wave at you. So don't worry about any of that. I'm still gonna
He's gonna be mad at us.
just gonna burn up all my leave.
Object. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand or saying aye.
I abstain.
Aye.
You got Coley,
Said in favor.
Coley in favor,
Aye.
Kenny Mallory in favor, Isaac opposed, LD, abstention.
I abstain. I mean, I object.
Oh, so you vote no then? Okay, abstain, Eugene. Motion carried 3-1. Okay, did we get everybody? That's only.
Wait, where did you vote, Rona? I thought you abstained. 2 abstentions, 1 no.
You said, how did you vote, Rona?
Is that what it was?
No? Okay. So, 3-3-1.
So I can make another motion for somebody else to stay in there.
Wait, how did you have a motion, Madam?
So, the motion shows 3-3-1. Is that correct?
Yeah, because they are.
Does that mean I have to vote? The chair votes yes. 4-3-1. What about, what was the next action?
Elaine Rice.
Was there any action on Elaine's request?
Do we have the motion to support the CEO decision, or how would we do that? I mean, this is another action.
It would be, if there's no action, there's no action. Just not do
It
anything.
just stays where it's at then.
Yeah.
I got a question. Where was Blue in this whole process?
Blue had done some advocacy, kind of on the back end, but you know, the decision was final at the CEO and administration level. So that's how it came.
Yeah, but it's not clear. Elaine says she was assigned to be the supervisor, but it's not clear when. So, to me, I don't think we have enough information. Because was it just dumped on her? Well beyond when their performance evaluation should have been done? I don't think we're getting told that.
Well, I think we look back at the September of 22 when one was due and it still wasn't done.
Well, when was he the supervisor? When did he assign her to be the supervisor?
I think she just said that she was done this year, like just recently, like we said, so she was the supervisor then.
No, she
told us
didn't say
today.
that.
Isn't that what she said today, that she got taken off as supervisor just recently?
Yeah, but she doesn't say when she was put on.
Oh, that had to
When
be.
she got her new position.
Yeah, would have been a new position.
Which one would that be?
I went and took that position, she said, if I'm going to.
Yeah, she told us all that today.
Not when she was put in this position.
She's got a new position where she doesn't supervise anybody anymore,
Correct,
just recently.
just recently. So before
But
that,
when was she taken off? We don't know that.
she just said that just recently.
Like, at the
Yeah,
fiscal year or.
yeah,
Mind you guys were live.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought we all understood that, sorry. I didn't know that. I thought everybody was on the same page.
Who's gonna investigate this motion to table until all these dates and stuff are
Because what
presented?
would be the action you're looking for?
So does that still leave the people without their increase in
Mhm.
prolong this?
Correct.
Is that fair to them?
Not fair to a lot of people.
That's why I said what I said.
Well, yeah,
Followed.
yeah.
So, hearing the discussion, is there any motions? No action taken? Okay. Moving on to the next, are there any actions or motions regarding human services? It sounded like everything was good there.
I think so too, as long as the outreach was done then.
Oh, Lorelai's calling for, whatchamacallit, put that in a motion or no?
It's a,
How they're laid out. Remember, didn't you ask him for something?
well, he said he was gonna email it right as soon as he got back to his office. I wanna know what that policy was on when that P whatever, when you hotline. He said it's in his policy, so I wanna see what the policy says.
The policy is on that P.
Well, he called it P1 immediate, P2 within 5
okay.
days.
I was just
And
making sure I
yeah.
was clear what you're saying here. Oh, been a long day.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn if there are no other actions?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Eric,
Second.
second by Eugene. Discussion. Objection. Motion
I
carried.
object.
Oh, okay.
Stay here by yourself then.
Motion to adjourn carried 700. We're adjourned at 3:30.